Yeah, I did do this like life hack where I went to bed a bit earlier and drank less yesterday to kind of
That's smart.
be able to give a talk today.
Are you positive on this first session?
Second.
Because I'm supposedly chairing this session. Nobody's here yet. Hopefully, I'm not going to be standing alone.
It should be all nice, right?
Yeah, it's technically.
It was actually, semi-amused yesterday when we were in the city tour. Take the country to organize and said like, well, no, more so our last day, but I guess there are two of you will actually be there. Like, shit, man. Thought, right? Something to come and go and see Christoph.
If you want to, you can see.
Country to organize so that you can buy in.
I feel like every conference is on like the spectrum between presenting and seeing research and like hanging out with your dad. And maybe it's just this year, but I feel like this one is a bit of
I mean, to be honest, it's been like 2 years since people have been except like people who probably going to Dutch and the rest of the people haven't seen each other for a while.
Yeah.
That was on my part, yeah. Being the first in person. Certainly,
Oh, you don't do that, so.
No, I don't.
I didn't get invited, so I was sad.
I'm in my own Dutch.
Apparently there were too many people coming.
Really?
Yeah, they said that. No, I spoke to Diego and he was like, oh, no, too many people. That's to organize, that's to like, I have to move to a different country. Too many people.
Yeah.
Are you actually good? That's good.
Yeah. I'm chairing this session. You have your slides.
Yes. We're presenting also for that, so we're presenting for
Okay, so is it one after the other?
No, there's someone.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, can we present on our computers or do we have to like transfer this via?
Technically, I think you have to transfer because the Zoom, well, unless you want to host the Zoom.
Okay, you guys have a USB stick I can use in that case?
I mean, it's possible.
Maybe I have one in my bag somewhere. Someone's using my trip police.
If you are yes,
Oh, I have one USB stick.
Yeah, that's so. Okay, so maybe you can already put the slides here. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Mattia?
Mattia, okay.
That's me.
So Mattia, you would.
Yes.
So you're presenting first and then last.
Exactly.
Unless, do you mind going last or?
I don't mind, yeah.
Just so probably make it easier, but depends on what you prefer to do.
It's the same for me. But maybe it's good to make a pause so that I'm not only the one speaking for 20
Okay,
minutes.
fair enough. Okay, that's probably good. Let's see, this is working. Hello. Okay. So, as you have 15 minutes, which also includes Q&A. Yeah. So, yes, ideally. And given that it's like 3 parts, so it's a full session, so I probably need to be very like,
Do you know how I can present this in a better way?
press F11, right? Isn't F11 in full screen?
No.
Okay, can you just how do you put this slides? Everything was set up, just this empty room with the computer and the stream running. FDG goes. So, what should we do? My phone is a little cheap. Maybe put it on the table. It's cheap. Yeah, but it's not downloading. It's not that long. We could just do that. I can do it. Just so you know, it's not ideal here, but there might be people coming in.
Yeah, I have to accept
Yeah,
it.
Can you just unmute it? So,
Yeah, share the screen, I guess.
share screen. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the last day of FDG. Hope everybody's still awake and alive, I guess. So this is the late-breaking work session for today. We have 3 papers in this session. Oops.
Did I disconnect now?
I just see. We're going to start with the first paper. Of the better. Do you want to introduce the paper? Thank you.
Just check if the camera is on. No. Okay, wonderful. Hello, everybody. My name is Mattia Thibault. I am an assistant professor at Tampere University in Finland, and I will be presenting your paper today entitled Root, Woodland Ideologies in Fantasy. So, slide. Okay. So this paper is part of a larger project called Unite. I told you about it already a couple of days ago when I presented my other paper. Unite Human Forest Machine Interplay is an academic Finland project, or a large project dedicated to all different ways in which humans and forests interact, and how we can use games and playfulness and gamification as a way to make the interactions with the forest and the woodland more meaningful and making the experience and the practice more useful, for example, also in terms of crowdsourcing, etc. In particular, this research is part of a Unite-related effort to study the social cultural representation of forests, both in games and in playful practices. So there's been a couple of weeks that I've been Greece at different conferences presenting different takes on this. In the Congress of Semiotics in Thessaloniki, I spoke about tourist valorizations of the Greek forest and activities very big as playful activities related to forests. Here at FDG, I presented a critical framework for analyzing forest games, and today I will show you a way to deal with woodland ideologies through the game root. So what are woodland ideologies or forest ideologies? Well, historically, humanity has a very complex and manifold relationship with forest spaces. They can be considered places to gather resources, places to hide in, places filled with riches, places filled with dangers and monsters and animals, etc. So from these different relationships that you can have with forests, emerge different ideologies, so different ways of conceptualizing and representing woodland. So, in particular, I would like to see with you how forest ideologies emerge from the game Root. Root is a turn-based strategy game. It's born as a board game. There is a digital adaptation. I will be analyzing the second one because it gives more explicit information, as you will see in its tutorial than the board game. So what is interesting in this game is there are 4 different factions, and each faction has very different and asymmetric game mechanics, and different ways of relating to the forest, the woodland that is represented by the main board or main map. So it's a strategy war game, so they collide to control, but they do this in very different ways. So my hypothesis was that the different ways in which each faction deal with the forest space represent a different forest ideology. And so to test this hypothesis, I use discourse analysis, and in particular, I use a semiotic square as described by Algebras Grimas. Basically because it's a nice way to articulate different core semantic fields, and I imagined at the beginning, it was kind of realized to the analysis, as it has 4 main points. I imagined that the 4 factions would sort of be nicely organized around it. So let's quickly see together the factions so that we can try to understand what ideologies come from. So the first faction is the Marquise the Cat, and the tutorial of the digital version of the game describes it as, I quote, the invading Marquise the Cat wishes to exploit the woodland, using its vast resources to fuel her economic and military mission. She scores victory points by constructing buildings in the woodland. So if we look at the faction description of the faction map, it says, you have conquered the forest, now you must build a kingdom worthy of your name. And if we look at the mechanics of the game that are based around resource collection, especially timber, building constructions, and points rewarding construction, as well as some of the special rules of the keep in hospitals, it's quite clear that the core semantic field of the Marquise de Cat is that of building, of fortifying, of building stuff in the forest and exploiting the forest to build stuff. The second faction is the Erie dynasties, they are the birds. The tutorial describing it as, I quote, the proud Erie dynasties wish to reclaim the glory of the once great aristocracy and retake the woodland from the Marquise. They score each turn by building and protecting roosts in the woodland. And the description of the faction reads, I quote, in a moment of weakness the Marquise descended. Now we have rallied your strength and are poised to recapture your birthright. The mechanics are all centered around roosting and recruiting leaders and armies, and points are rewarded for creating roosts. So these core semantic fields that are related to sort of birthright aristocracy, so generating a genealogy of the Eries and its creation of roosts, are related to the core semantic field of nesting. The third faction is the woodland alliance, which is described as, I quote, the upstart woodland alliance wish to reunite the creatures of the forest and revolt against their oppressors. They score by spreading sympathy for their cause across the woodland. There is not much description for this faction, but the mechanics revolve around spreading sympathy, revolting, points are rewarded for spreading sympathy, and some of the special rules include guerrilla war and outrage. So again, we have a quite clear cross-semantic field that is that of rioting, of revolting, of using the forest as a space to create an alternative to the current power. The last faction is the vagabond, which is described as, I quote, the wily vagabond wishes to gain fame or infamy in the midst of this brewing conflict. It scores by completing quests for the creatures of the woodland and by aiding and harming the other factions. The descriptions reads, you wander the woods seeking to secure a place in the new society that is taking shape. The mechanics are various, they revolve around gathering objects and engaging in diplomacy, which is rewarded by points, and they have the only faction that is able to move deep into the woods, and the key additional rules include nimble and long water. So we have several semantic fields related, for example, diplomacy and crafting, but the core semantic field when it comes to the relationship with the forest itself is that of wandering, of moving freely throughout the forest. So how we can articulate and map the different semantic fields that appeared here around a semiotic square. So first of all, we need to find the contraries. And the contraries that I found are those of standing versus moving. Standing goes well with the faction of the Marquis the Cat, because they're building stuff, they're sort of creating bases and holding position. When moving, it goes very well with the vagabond, which is a wanderer. So after the contraries, the semiotic square also goes to sub-contraries, so not moving and not standing. And I think we can quite easily position the Iris dynasties with not moving, for the idea of roosting, and of sort of keeping their birthright and their heritage alive, and the woodland alliance with not standing, as in the fact that they do not stand the oppressors anymore and decide to move, but also in the fact that the faction sort of moves around the forest by taking over the basis of the other faction. So we can then position the core semantic fields that we found also around the square. So with fortifying, next to standing, wandering, next to moving, nesting, next to not moving, and rioting, next to not standing. So the next step is then to try to outline what can be the forest ideologies related to this. And I found these four. So production and reproduction, liberty and liberation. So the ideology of forest from the Marquis de Cat is the forest as a space of production, of gathering resources and building things. For the Iris dynasty, reproduction, so continuing their own dynasty, their own family, etc. For the vagabond, moving is liberty, so the forest is a space to be free. And for the Buddha alliance, liberation, at least from where to fight the power. So these ideologies we can very well see and also reflected in many discourses in real life. So silviculture for production, national parks or ornithological parks for reproduction. For liberty, we have all these sort of things like the book and then moving to the wild, so the idea of being free in the wild. And for liberation, I think, for example, as about Robin Hood, but there are plenty also real-life examples of Maquisard and partisans fighting from the forest. Of course, also other video games can be positioned or represented ideologies, so for example, which requires reproduction. Games like Shelter for reproduction is a game in which you are a mother badger and you need to protect your cubs. Liberty, we can think, for example, of Eastshade, which is a game in which you are a painter wandering into beautiful nature and making paintings. And Liberation, we can think, for example, of the Lighthouse in Water Creek, in which the forest is a space to fight against the invaders. So to come quickly to some conclusions, of course, these four ideologies that we sort of revealed through the analysis of root are only a subset of the many existing forest ideologies that can exist in human cultures. However, this analysis shows that, first of all, games can be a good entry point to detect forest ideologies. Second, the game mechanics can model our relationship with woodland, so they try to create a model of the different ways in which we deal with the forest. And in general, the games can be a vantage point to reconstruct the deep semiotic structure of woodland ideologies. So what next? Well, in the future, I need to expand this model by analyzing other forest ideologies. one of the main games, and look how different games and different game mechanics can showcase different force technologies. And okay. Yes, thank you very much.
Are there any questions?
Should we give them the mic so that people online, if there is someone?
Do you think that this is an interesting way of looking at forest ideologies through the lens of group? Or do you think that these forest ideologies are so deeply rooted in the human psyche that they were subconsciously or consciously affecting the designers as they created this game? This is honestly more of an opinion piece or an opinion question. I don't know if you actually know the designer's intent.
Thank you. No, I do not know what the designers had in mind when they designed the game. I think that these ideologies are, sorry for the word, but deeply rooted in our culture, and so they emerge in game design. There might be game designers who tried explicitly to propose different views of the forest, to make a point, make a political point about sustainability, for example, or they do not think critically about it at all. Most of games do forests as really resources to gather food and construct buildings. So I don't know what the game designers had in mind, but what I found interesting of this game is that they had, in order to create the different factions, to imagine different ways of dealing with the forest. This game has a lot of expansions. I don't know if any of you have played some. These expansions don't really add anything to this. So there are people going on the rivers, there are like mechanical animals, like it loses a bit this sort of sharp focus that it had on forests, maybe because then it would become difficult to imagine even more different and model differently relationship with the forest with the mechanics. But I think that this was an interesting game to open up a bit this idea, and then of course a bigger effort would be needed to go through different games and see what kind of ideology emerges. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks for the interesting talk. I was wondering if there's different axes you could evaluate specifically in regards to the Imperial Dynasty, because I mean they have this very positive reproduction, nature protection spirit here, but there are also nobles who would really like to own the forest. They're raptors, reptilian small animals, and very much like the cats, they're also people who want to own and control the forest, while the other element is, I mean, you said they are about freedom, but the others seem to be, in many ways, also very much about, being rulers and owners of the woodland and forest, and not so much like just people who live there.
Thank you. Yes, very good point. Well, ideologies of reproduction in general tend to be also rather right-wing. If you think, for example, about the famous motto of white supremacy, we need to ensure a future for white children, which puts children and reproduction at the center, but of course this one is about like pushing away all the others. In our real life, forest ideologies often has to do with the protection of the natural environment, because, well, we as humans do not really reproduce in the forest, but we can see also how these sometimes are ideological. And for example, if you look at the anti-hunting discourses, for example, sometimes they are completely oblivious of the fact that, for example, infesting animals would destroy the ecosystem without someone to kill them because they are predators. And so while, of course, this already started with human interference, we need more human interference to keep up armaments of balance. But ideology sometimes can be blind to that and say, no, every way of harming nature is always bad, we should just leave it alone.
Thank you for the presentation, and a round of applause. So next up is Habit.
manager, and I'm from the University of Helsinki, and I present the video games as a co-host, sentiment analysis using Fallout, the New Vegas dialogue, and this work has been co-authored with Mika and David. So there is a lot of work focusing on sentiment analysis in the NLP field, and often it focuses on polarity, whether something is positive or negative, like discussions on Twitter and whatnot. And most often they just focus on one language, and it's English. So only recently people have been interested heavily in investigating more sides of the sentiment analysis. And as this is an NLP problem, and in modern NLP, to build machine learning solutions and such, there is a need for a lot of data, annotated data. So in video games, especially RPG games, they have a lot of dialogue, and this makes them a rich resource for NLP because they have a lot of text, a lot of content going on. And often those dialogues are even translated into multiple languages to address a wider audience. And in some games you can have the same data also like in audio, and this opens the door for multimodal research where you can combine text and audio for analyzing stuff. So in this work we only look at Fallout in New Vegas. And it is an open world RPG set in a post-apocalyptic world. The game has been translated into English, German, Italian, Spanish, and French. We use the Steam version. And the dialogue in the data has been annotated for sentiment and possibly for voice acting purposes. And these are the fine-grained sentiment classes, which were anger, disgust, fear, happy, natural, pain, sad, and surprise. So to extract this data, we use an official modding tool called Garden of Eden Creation Kit. And we extracted the dialogue, and the thing is that the dialogue is always in the order. So whatever we end up extracting is kind of in parallel across multiple languages. However, the modding tool crashed multiple times for some languages, but it didn't crash for English. So this explains why for some languages we have less data than others. So Spanish and French had the least amount of data. And those are some statistics about the classes per language. So here are some examples for this dialogue that is labeled as anger. And in English, because I'm just saying that if it were to fall into Lake Me and be irreparably damaged, and if you threw an EMP grenade in after it, and then you have the same translations for multiple languages. So because we don't have an equal data sizes for all the languages, we use the Spanish data for testing, and the French is smaller than the Spanish. So we take all the parallel sets that the Spanish had, and we use it for testing. So even the corresponding translations in English are not included in training, and they are just for testing. And this even allows us to see how when we train some models across multiple languages, if we can use a model that we trained for English and German to predict sentiment in Spanish and French, for example. Yeah, so, and for the neutral class, we limited it to 3,000 samples, and this is because the neutral had the biggest portion of the data set, and then for the model would end up just predicting a neutral and achieving high accuracy, and that's why you have to have more or less a reasonably balanced data set. So we tried different models. We tried some multilingual models and language-specific ones. So for the multilingual models, we trained them on the English, German, and Italian dataset, but we tested them on all the datasets. And we tried two different kinds of models. We tried multilingual BERT and multilingual Roberto. And for the language specific, we did it for English, Italian, and German, and we used the BERT model. But for testing, we tested them on the language specific test dataset. So here are the results for the multilingual models. So we can see that all in all, the accuracy is above 50%. And we see that most of the time the BERT model outperforms Roberta, but that's not the case for French. However, if you look here, that we can even achieve high accuracies for languages that we didn't include in the training, like Spanish and French, because they were completely excluded and just used for testing, and the model was still capable of predicting sentiment there with a high accuracy. So for the monolingual models, all in all, the monolingual models outperformed the multilingual one, except for Italian. But if you look at the overall accuracy, it's still very close to the multilingual one. So, in conclusion, we have presented our work on sentiment analysis. Video games have a lot of resources and that are beneficial for NLP tasks, like we have demonstrated in this paper. And then predictions the multilingual model make are not consistent across translation, so that for for a given sentence, the label can be different across languages, so it doesn't have the same representation across all of them. So, and then this basically indicates that if you want to have a general model, it's better to go with the multilingual one. However, if you want to dedicate your work on a single language, having the monolingual is the way to go. Thank you.
We still have a little bit of time for anybody who has any questions.
Sorry if I missed it, but what's the practical application of this?
Well, so it is mostly for analysis, so it can be also part of a pipeline. So the practical application is to get more. So I'd say that there are multiple practical applications, and one of them is like just getting insights about what people are talking about, or like, for example, in natural language understanding, if somebody says a sentence and you want to know if the person is trying to have a positive feedback or negative feedback. Another thing is also, for example, in Amazon reviews, that's one way of just looking at the review and knowing the sentiment, if it's positive or negative. So now, in the games, the domain is a bit different, but with this data and then with these different sentiments, we can predict the fine-grained points. And then, for example, we used like a different game where we had persuasion as one of the labels, and then we can detect if a certain text tries to persuade the different persons. And this goes like in the natural language understanding part.
Any other questions? Okay, so far.
Thank you. I was wondering, are you planning to apply the same model to other games? Maybe to, I don't know, Skyrim, to see if there are some things related to the genre of the game itself that may be translated or not translated?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. We definitely want to do that, and we are currently working on a similar thing for the persuasion, and where we have the also audio included there. And then we analyze it in one game, and then we try it in another one. to see if we are able to detect persuasion in the other one, because especially the persuasion in the other one is not manually annotated, and then maybe we can generate those annotations automatically.
Thank you. So, no more questions? We can finish this. We're going for the final discussion. Presented again by Matthew.
Okay, I hope you're not too bored of my voice yet. We stay in Finland with another presentation by authors from Tampere University, University of Oulu. The main author, Daniel Fernandez Galeote, which incidentally at the same initial of the FDG conference I noticed today. Unfortunately, he will not be here. He is making experiments back in Tampere, so he asked me, author's number 7, to present for him. So this is a study related to his PhD project, and it's entitled Understanding the Game-Based Learning Experience, a framework of frictions between design and play. So a short summary, so we made a serious game for parent change engagement. We made most of it, we just didn't help it. And we observed and interviewed 12 players dealing with this game and commenting the gameplay while they were playing. So what we were interested in seeing in these interactions, in the gameplay and in the interviews, was especially the friction between design and player agency. So for the analysis of this corpus, we created an inductive thematic framework that consists of 6 main themes: continuity, discontinuity, and divergence, topic engagement, representation and mediation, and emotion. So the framework that we made specifically for this analysis may be used also to understand how players engage holistically in serious games, but also it can be used as a design tool to improve balance between engagement with the content and player games. So why are we interested in the friction between design and play? Well, gamified systems tend to demand compliance, right? When we make a gamified system or a serious game, we want players to play the way we want them to play, because we want to teach them something with it. But players do not always comply. They might engage with it differently in unexpected ways, and, well, just try to have fun, right? So this can lead to a tension between limiting designs that are made to guide somehow the players, but also intrinsic motivations, the fun and the will of the players to play the game. Existing frameworks, we looked at many of them, so there are many frameworks for serious games. Most of them focus on maximizing the educational outcome, because of course that's the main aim of serious games, right? But at the same time, this leaves a big empty space for how actually involve the players in the game and sort of make them engage playfully with the game itself, right? Players do not only want to learn, and so they might apply it, sometimes they do, but they also might try out things and transgress in different ways. So when we focus only on design, other events in gameplay might end up being ignored. And so player advocacy in serious game could also, and maybe should also include more autonomy, more support and acknowledgement of the autonomy of the player. So our main question in this studies was, I quote, what features of the participants' interaction and experience with the game, especially those unexpected or signaling frictions, can we highlight as potentially useful for serious game design? So as our methods, well, we create a single player game for climate change engagement. It focuses on different connections between climate change and, for example, infectious diseases, COVID-19. It is set in the future, in the year 2050, in which this weird creature that you can see floating there guides the player in the exploration of an apartment from the future, looking through the objects in the apartment for connections and mini games that would highlight these connections between climate change and other aspects of life. It contains information, so it aims to teach something to the players, but also questions about players' feeling and interests regarding climate action. So we ran this user experience study with 12 players that tested it individually in a computer. 6 of them were female, 5 of them were male, 1 confirmed the same, ages between 20 and 35, and also different degrees of, sorry, I have to admit, our online participants, different degrees of video game experience and of environmental knowledge. When we add all these, the notes about these interviews and their gameplay, we practically analyze the gameplay notes and the participants replied, and we create this thematic framework. 3 researchers were involved in this, Daniel, myself, and somebody that was also here presenting a couple of days ago. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't want to connect. So, our results. So, the framework that emerged from this thematic analysis consists of 6 main themes, each of them with several factors. So 3 of them refer to the direction of the player action. There are continuity, discontinuity, and divergence. So continuity or progress is progress how it is expected by the designer. So when players do the things that we as designers expect them to do. So considering the information we give them, exploring the mini-game or the game area, attaining the goals, receiving feedback, all the things that show us that the game proceeds as we want it to proceed. Discontinuity is the opposite. Sometimes issues obstruct the advancement as we plan, and the game comes to a stop. This can come, for example, for ignoring information, players skipping text just too long, refusing to engage in some cases with players that facing some moral dilemmas choose not to do anything, and sort of came to a stalemate in the game. Anticipating failures, so players just say, well, I will never remember this. Or attaining goals accidentally, so trying to do something else and actually winning the minigame. And in some cases, feeling physical discomfort, for example, dizziness during play. And then we have the interesting case of diversion. So actions that are not necessarily resulting in discontinuity, but that deviate from the expected path. These include, for example, seemingly aimless behavior. So people just moving from space to space repeatedly for no apparent purpose. Trying to obtain not prompted goals, so trying to do something that the game didn't really imagine the players would do. Exhibiting humor, there were many players that sort of engaged humorously with the game, or failing on purpose, doing something wrong just to see what happens if you do it wrong. The 3 more themes are topic engagement, which is particularly relevant for game-based learning. We design the game for having participants to engage with it, but it's also interesting to see how they engage with it. So of course they can learn new information. Sometimes they explicitly connect it with previous knowledge, like, oh yes, I knew this because I already knew this thing, for example. Feeling uncertainty about the information, is okay, is this true? I'm not completely sure. And in some cases, interesting teaching to the game. Saying, for example, there was an action in which you would close a door with a water pump, and there were players saying, hey, that's not sustainable at all. You should not waste water in that way. So teaching to the game about what the thing that the game is supposed to teach to them. Representation mediation focus on the way that the game presents obedient aspects of reality and invites players to engage with them, which is also very relevant for serious games. So, for example, the characters, the environment, verbal information, individual aesthetics, mechanics, dynamics, in-game choices. Many players commented about several of those. And then finally, emotion, which is sort of an open category for cataloging, observed, and described emotions by the players. So, as more discussion, what we think is the main contribution of this framework is that it visibilizes interactions that are not typically thought of. So it allowed us to see and to account for player behavior and reaction that we did not anticipate when we were designing the game. For example, as I mentioned, humor, even in the face of an existentially dreadful topic such as climate change, many players exhibited a different level of humor, being by sort of interacting playfully and silly with the game, making jokes about what the game was presenting them, and so on and so forth. Also, teaching the game, as I mentioned before, is a rather atypical form of topic engagement, or at least something that we did not expect. We don't know how typical it is until we test it on more games, I guess. But this is something that we do not really think when we make a serious game, that the players might want to tell to the game what they're doing wrong. The diversity of feeling, the really large palette of different emotions that emerged from the game was also interesting, from sadness to anger related to the topic, to sort of enjoyment related to the game. And then the tension between these feelings was also something quite interesting. Different forms of representation with which the players may wish to interact. For example, trying out different options or trying to find something that would accommodate their opinion on something. They've sort of tried out and interact a lot in order to try to find a way to do things as they wanted to do. And finally, ambiguity in continuity and discontinuity. So, for example, a well-received serendipitous encounter or frustration because they have to do the same thing again and again. So this was something that we found very interesting because, again, we tend to design for continuity, but sometimes discontinuity or divergence might be desirable because it might make the players more involved in the game. And so maybe having sort of less strong rails would be a good way to design serious games. Of course, there are limitations, and a very, very small sample, it's just one game that we designed, and so the framework needs application and refinement through more tests on this game and in other games. And with this, I conclude. I'm the content person here face to face, but Daniel and Rebecca should be online on the conference if you have questions for them. Thank you very much.
Matthew, is there any questions? You're cool.
Welcome, Rebecca. We're in question time now.
Any questions? No. I have a question. Although, like, it's not game-based learning, not really my field of expertise, but I always felt like, for example, in some of the projects I've been involved with, is the way that do you feel like the applications are probably actually trying to design a game such as like that you compared the idea of designing a game of, for example, climate change and the aspect of actually playing them? Is there like, do you feel like it's probably more valuable for these students to actually try to design the game? And is it, how can I say, like, do you think that they grasp better the concepts than probably just playing? Because I feel like sometimes you get just a shallow view when you're actually just playing the game, like the aesthetics, but when you're actually immersing yourself in the design, you actually have to understand the concepts in order to balance out the mechanics. Have you looked into things like that before?
Thank you. It's a very good point. I think game-based learning and game design learning attempt to do rather different things. I think, for example, Robert Hogan worked on modeling games, so making his history students play risk and then criticize where risk doesn't represent anything, and then redesign risk in order to try to represent a bit better how historical events happen, for example. So that is mostly about modeling a certain situation. It's not about information, but it's about re-articulating the information and then try to put it on in the game. Serious game, on the other hand, try to motivate players to learn. So I could give you 15 pages of climate change, but you don't want to read it. But maybe you have to follow a little weird creature and throw. I can't say too much about the game because who knows if someone is listening of the tester, they're testing the game now. But doing something more interactive, maybe you can engage with the topic by doing something fun, right? And this is often one of the limitations of gamification in general, that then we design games that are not that fun, because we want players to do exactly something, and it's very difficult to leave a lot of freedom when still teaching something, because if you leave a lot of freedom, then people can just have fun, right? So it's a bit of a trade-off, as well as a tension that is also useful in game design. But I think both approaches are very valuable, both sort of serious game design for learning, and game-based learning. And it is something that maybe also needs some nuance in our approach when we try to understand. Because often we do things because they sound fun, right? Okay, let's make a game. But then maybe we should make them make a game. So according to what we want to teach, different combinations of learning and games might be adapted.
Yeah, I mean, there's the problem of the intrinsic motivation of, it's not just, okay, we have this really, go to class, here's a game, and just play it. But that doesn't mean like they're going to engage in it just because they're forced to play it. It's just an activity. But yeah, I agree with you. That makes a lot of sense. Any other questions? If not, then we can conclude the session. Thank you, Mattia, for the presentation. Another round of applause. And the follow-up session will be the reflection session, which will start at 10. So you can take a break for 15 minutes. If they're being presented already, so Christoph and Enric, I don't think Enric is here yet, but if you want, you can just already put your slides on the computer. So see you in 15 minutes. Guys.
Do you have like a question? So I mean, is there a page that recorded and needs like a microphone in the room that I should carefully speak in or not?
Or put it on stage.
Okay. Fair enough. And about the recording?
So the recording is like basically you're on stage.
Oh, it is already. Is this new recording?
No, not. Well, we are on YouTube, but there's literally zero
Yeah, I
people.
didn't mute them.
Oh,
There were like 3 people when I.
oh, so we
muted it.
are. That is very unfortunate. explain where they get their material from, and also to, create a bit of a massive landmark. We have these skyscrapers and kind of a public transportation system on a rainy city here. And once again, all of these things are computer generated, so there was no more human input once we start running these things. Of course, some of them copy in templates like this Japanese-inspired temple, or these houses are pre-made models that are getting placed. We also have some kind of attempts at computational narratives. So in this entry, for example, people who die get buried with their diaries or life logs. You can then dig up their graves and read about their lives and what they've done while they were still around. You can also ride the monorail. That was a big hit 3 years ago. It's a public transportation system. It's actually quite cool. It's a ring road, and everything inside the ring road is really high density housing, while the stuff outside is a bit smaller. So here you get this high density housing. It does have quite an oppressive flair, so you do feel like you're stuck in some kind of housing project. This is actually the winner from that year. It has this beautiful city wall, very nice lighting, which is showcased here. And we also had animated windmills, which you can do in Minecraft if you're a bit hacky. And this is another Japanese entry with modular, really high-rise skyscrapers. I think they also were one of the first entries to have quite extensive furnishing inside the houses, which is another thing people often do. So here you see that with procedurally generated carpets and various forms of housing. And we also have some more, let's say, experimental entries like this one done with some kind of constraint solver. So this is just a small impression to kind of get you started. So once again, the idea of the competition is there's 3 unseen competition maps. We apply the algorithms people submit to us, and judges evaluate them then for each 3 entries on all of these scores. And in 2020, the year we're talking about, 8 judges submitted scores. So there's been 2 more competitions since then. We evaluate on adaptivity, functionality, evocative narrative, and aesthetics. So it's about how well does the settlement fit into the terrain, both on a macro and micro scale. How functional is the settlement in terms of affordances it provides, both for the player and for fictional inhabitants. Evocative narrative is the idea that cities as artifacts tell stories both about how they came about and about the people that live in them. And when you look at game artifacts, there's always this question of, is this also there? And aesthetics is actually less about how good looking a settlement is and more about how good the AI is at avoiding the common pitfalls that kind of violate our aesthetic sensibilities that a human would actually never do. But one of the things we realized is, so in our competition, we give a score for each of these things from 0 to 10. We bunch it all up, average it, and determine the winner. And our judges also give written feedback, and many of them are experts. Actually, some of them are attendees at this conference here. And the written feedback is often much more cherished and appreciated by the participants, rather than bundling it all down into a score. So part of the motivation for this paper is to kind of buck the trend of reducing the quality of the generative artifact to a scalar value and kind of capture some of these judges' feedback and some of these participants' feedback and figure out what do people actually appreciate about PCG, what do they value in it, both for Minecraft in particular and for PCG in general, and also how do people actually make their PCG artifacts, what do they use, how do they approach this problem. So so what we did was we basically went on our several social media channels we have, like our Discord, our Twitter, our Wiki, our official website, and said, if you want to participate in this, either if you're a judge, a participant on our advisory board, or just a community member or an organizer, if you want to participate in this project, we're collating this collection of texts that are about the competition. And we had a few leading questions, which are in the paper, like asking, what do you think is good, what is bad, what kind of surprised you, particularly since it's an AI, what do you think the challenges are, how do you like our evaluation methodology, is there anything else you want to tell us? So this was very open-ended. Is there some advice if you're participating you would give the next participants? Do you think this is like a good competition? And where do you think we should head with this in the future? And so what I will talk about in my remaining time now is the insights we gained from this. And there are two types of insights. One is how to run a FDG competition, and a lot of it is about that. There's also some stuff about procedural content generation in general that we kind of gained insights about. But to be quite honest, the paper is long and a collection of many different perspectives, and it's very, very hard to summarize and capture all of it. So if you're interested in what I'm talking about today, a lot of it is kind of flavored still by my own view again. So this is now filtered twice through my perspective. So if you want, you can go, the paper is published. We also have a copy of archive. You can look at it and like read the original text and see what various people are saying. And all the people who wrote text are co-authors on this paper, so you actually know from whom it is. You might know some of them, and that also explains our long kind of authors list, which, by the way, just as a side note, it's really difficult to get people published who don't have affiliations with ACM. So this is a massive hassle, and you just have to make something up, right? So if you ever co-publish with somebody who's in high school, or somebody who runs like an internet Twitch stream or something, right? This is a bit hostile, but you can sort that out. Anyway, so what are some of the insights? So a really big thing we talked a lot about is continuity over time. So our participants started out with like 4, then we had 6, then we had 11. And you know, these are relatively big teams making big artifacts. We had like 20 participants last year. This year we are down to 12. And it took us a lot of time to actually get these participants into the competition. And I think what helped, or what we think helped, is this providing this continuity over time. So people often hear about the competition after the first year, and they want to participate in the next, but they can't make it, and so they participate in the third year. Particularly academic participation often works on a pathway where we presented, like in the first year, we presented at a conference, then we met people who thought, oh, this looks interesting, maybe I use this in my class. Then they kind of, use our client in their class for teaching. And there's now, I think, as far as I know, at least 5 universities around the world that use this as teaching material and as project basis. There's actually been like 3 bachelor theses at least written about it, 1 master's thesis that appeared in a PhD thesis. There are people doing class projects on it. But there's a lot of need to plan ahead. So what we've come to do nowadays, and I only recommend this, right? So we do still associate it with conferences and presenting them, but we do announce our competition way earlier. So we are saying we are doing GBMC 2023 again next year in May. And this is already clear. We will present this somewhere, but we don't know that yet because conferences usually have like a 2-3 months deadline before they tell you you're going to be at the conference. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, if you want to have participants who are not academics, right? There's lots of different hopes and different concerns there. So like lots of our participants we had some participants who were in school, we have some participants who are hobbyists, we have some participants who are semi-professionals, like one of our participants, I think, makes Minecraft maps for money, right? And so some of them are concerned that we would steal their code. So we do encourage code sharing and people are fine with it, but some people are afraid that if they submit it to us, we will patent their code and run away with it, which we as academics, I think, are never really concerned about, right? I mean, when we are presenting at a conference, there's like an understanding that no one of you will now go take my code or that FDG will take my code and copyright it, right? But this is a concern. There's also very different values, what people hope to get out of it. So we had this long discussion about what prices we should offer, and we're thinking money, but it's really hard if you have like tech entrepreneurs and like, AI companies who spend millions participating in this, and you say, well, you can get $50 if you win, and you tell a high school they can get $50 if you win. And particularly the people who were not from the academic field, several of them kind of said that what they would value, for example, as a prize would be the ability to, for 10 minutes, talk to a game AI academic, right? Which, is a cheap currency where I'm from, but anyways, there are lots of people out there who have interest in PCG, and they often have no academic connection. So I do actually also post about this on Reddit, I post about this on PCG forums, and people are very surprised, often positively engaged, and see what's out there. We've got a lot of like intake from there of people who are otherwise completely oblivious of our community. Another thing that happens a lot and we encourage is code reuse. So about 9 out of 10 of our participants voluntarily publish their code, so we don't want to make it mandatory as it has this kind of chilling effect, and once again, people are concerned. And what this led to was, I think, both a specific reuse of concrete solutions, but also a reuse of ideas where people look into the code and figure out how people have done things and then reuse them. So things like pathfinding, bridge building, lighting up the world are very common problems that initially were there, like how to build like reasonable road networks in your city. But there's been established solution for this, or tree removal in Minecraft. It's a very Minecraft specific problem. Like you don't want to build your thing in the forest and just cut a tree in half. Or things like material adaptation, where we said you should adapt to your surroundings. So people often have a house that contains some wood elements, and the wood is kind of switched to the wood of the local environment. And that's a very common thing that's been adapted across the board nowadays. But there's also more conceptual ideas like landmarks, modular buildings, agent-based simulations, games within games, and I'll show you how some of them look. So landmarks could be something like this massive cathedral or this beautiful sail ship, and they kind of are these big structures that are often unique in the world, or at least unique for settlement, that give some orientation to the player, that kind of gives structure to the settlement that otherwise becomes like this endless sprawl of like houses after houses after houses, particularly that it gets big. A specific type of landmark that has become really popular is city walls, and I was very happy that yesterday, I think the architect who gave the keynote said that a city wall is like a very, very integral part of early cities that like talks about this defense. And so many of our participants nowadays build cities, city walls in various forms. And it's actually quite an interesting PCG challenge, to be honest, or at least technical challenge to get a city wall. The latest iterations, I mean, the earliest ones were just rectangular blocks that were a bit adjusted to the height map. But nowadays, the latest versions actually build like curved city walls that run between hills in strategic fashion to like optimize and use the natural defensiveness of the terrain. What's also quite cool to see is nowadays there's a lot of procedural games within Minecraft itself. So like a year ago, we saw somebody build a dungeon crawler, which basically you start out and there's a book about treasures you need to find and where they are. And there's this like procedurally generated dungeon with like rooms put together. And you basically have to fight your way down layer through layer, and the rooms are all kind of slightly modified. And there's even like some kind of procedural storyline about a kingdom that sends you into this crypt, and there's several things you need to find. And then all of this generated Minecraft and then just randomly inserted into a world so that you could actually like just put this under your city if you wanted, for example. And there's also another entry from Spooker University with like Klaus and Raha's group that basically use these ideas about procedural narrative storytelling that I think many of you have heard or even talked about, where you have these, social relationships, and then Alice hates Bob, and then Alice finds a knife, and then, she can murder Bob, and then Bob is dead. And you then look at this and have to kind of reconstruct, so procedural murder mysteries. And they included like a procedural murder mystery of very similar ilk with like environmental storytelling into Minecraft villages. So there's a murderer, some of the villagers are dead, there's some clues. Eventually, if you find the murderer, you can search his house. It's usually a hidden trapdoor, you can climb down, there's a murder basement with some kind of skeleton in a room. Possibly the next victim might be kind of chained up there or kind of imprisoned there. And sometimes, which I found odd but interesting, I have to admit somebody, sorry. And sometimes a person, the murderer, is already caught and sitting in local jail. So that This possibility also, there's game inside games in the latest iteration. So there's this procedurally generated hedge maze in the current, this year's winner. And what we do see there is there's a kind of life cycle or meta to the GDMC competition. So what we see in particular in earlier years is that judges might identify a lack of a certain feature, such as biome adaptation, for example, and say, wouldn't it be nice if, you know, you use different woods in different houses, like if they are in different areas. Like here, you see an example of this. For example, the houses over there use sandstone, while the houses in the front here use regular stone, right? Because the houses with sandstone are in the desert. Then somebody develops a feature like this, and often in the year afterwards, we see that feature spread wildly. But then you might even get to a point where the feature becomes overused, kind of a cliche and disliked. So last year I saw some people do video judging and one said like, oh, another one of these like, you know, biome adapted houses. I wish people would do something better, right? So there's that. We also got some feedback mixed on our evaluation methodology. So we do, as I said, have these scores for 4 different areas, and we give kind of some example but not exhaustive questions and ask people to score this, and we explain the criteria a bit, but say they're not really like defined as a checkbox list. And some participants actually think we should do even more away with the scoring at all and just give like, you know, written feedback and make this more of a festival of idea rather than a competition. While there's also feedback in terms of let's get better methodology, so people keep bringing up Yanakakis' article on ranking versus rating and say, you should do ranking. It's a better methodology to actually determine what the best settlement is. And I'm always a bit dubious, is there really like kind of the best, I mean, is there really like a ground truth to be found here, right? And what like is the best PCG artifact? But there's also, of course, the more entries we get, more and more strain on the judges, right? I mean, if I'm asking you to like compare 3 settlements with maybe 3 maps each, you might do this. If I'm saying, can you please look at these 20 entries and these 60 maps, and you are a busy academic, you might be like, sorry, I have other things to do. So we're trying to figure out if we can find ways to do that a bit better. And so, yeah, our volunteers also sometimes struggle with vague criteria. So interestingly there, I think academics are usually quite good with like vague guidelines. So if somebody says like, you know, think about affordances, think about, you know, how it would feel to live here, and then give a score from 1 to 10. I guess lots of you are used to giving people, you know, scores on vague kind of evaluation guidelines, like how good is this essay, you know. A lot of our younger judges volunteers, they wish we had, yes, we had clearer kind of criteria. Okay, I see I'm at 20 minutes, I'll try to wrap this up. So one other thing that worked really well is video judging. So we did some cooperation with Tommy Thompson, and he kind of live streamed his judging, and people loved it, lots of engagement. The participants were there live talking about it. One downside is, so lots of the winning entries still use lots of engineering, right? So there are marvels of software engineering, they put a lot of the good things together, but there isn't really a lot of cutting edge PCG code that is used by the winners, right? So there's some minor things here and there, but nobody really takes like stuff from our community wholesale and like blows away the field with it. And there's this question of, is what we're doing really good to solve a problem like this? And how easy is it to reuse our code, right? And the other thing I usually push is that I think this competition also offers a really nice level playing field between different approaches. And I will go run through this quickly because we talked about it in the tutorial. But so, for example, we've seen wave function collapse kind of applied to this, and it's in theory possible to use that obviously on the Minecraft world, right? We've also seen kind of constraint solving by Lich van Out and Rafa Videra. This year we've seen GANs and GAs making some kind of appearances in the models, but they're not really doing that well. And of course, this might be due to, you know, more time investment by the more engineering approaches, but it's interesting to see these different things, you know, scaring kind of measuring up against each other in the same competition rather than having their own framework. There's lots of agent-based models which are doing quite well. all of these things are made by agent-based models. Again, this is a framework, I think, developed at UC Santa Cruz by one of Max Kaminsky's students, which actually kind of creates this feeling of a time lapse, even so this is all computer generated. So I'll leave you with our future plans and then I really wrap it up. So the open challenge right now going forward is still large scale adaptation. So if you have a really, really big map, where do you actually build and how do you adapt to like an overall different layer of the city, and not just on a micro level, but kind of, make something that, where somebody looks at this, goes, this would be a beautiful place for a fortress versus this would be a nice place to have like a farming settlement or a more modern city, or this kind of adaptation on this higher level is still something not really addressed well. We will have a regular main competition in May. So if you want to participate, the next page has a lot of contact info. And this year, for the first time, we're hoping to put on some kind of GDMC winter event, which if you're interested in it, please contact me. So the idea is we're hoping to do probably an online-based workshop of a day or two of talks with mix of academics and practitioners, very focused on stuff that is usable for our participants for this, but also then kind of combine it with a hackathon where maybe with the community we try to, one of the views is maybe turning like some of these things into functioning mods in the game so people can actually use it and play in it. And as I said, if you're interested in any of this, or you're like, want to know more about our data or what we're doing or want to collaborate on us, so it's also a beautiful source of data at this point. I mean, we've got like 5 years of generators. We have about like more than 50 generators for cities now. We have human evaluation scores for all of them. We have like lots of written feedback, lots of like discussion around it. So there's lots of stuff to work with if you're interested in that. And that's it from me at this point, and I'm happy to take some questions and hope it won't cut too much into Henrik's.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you very much. I think that's it.
Thank you, so thank you for your talk. That was pretty awesome to see the years of accumulations and how that can happen as well as your sort of reflection on the different types of work that went into it. You mentioned early on about the issue of ranking versus rating. You're hoping that the communities could provide tools, perhaps for example, that can adapt it into real-world challenges. So can you talk to a little bit about what kind of ideas have come out of the community in terms of maybe providing different awards, like the best kind of interesting new things that's been adopted outside of the community, or things like the 3D printing challenging coming out of the largest of applications again? Have you sort of discussed with this in the community, anything like that?
So I'm, apart from like, let's say, academic output coming out of it, so people have developed some. So as I said, so Rafa Guerrero's group, for example, has developed some ideas about generative architecture in kind of aligned with this challenge, applied it, tested it out there, and then written about it. And there's been some interest, I would say, but it's into like, from people who are doing generative architecture in the real world, who've like talked to us. But I couldn't really point to anything where I say, okay, this is like something where this has now kind of influenced something the industry does. So there were, as I said, some discussions about like, how to generate statistics, how to do some elements of it that people have taken away and, as I said, put into like CCCs. And I wouldn't be completely surprised if like, some of these people might work on games or something, but it's not that I have any specific like trajectory I could point to and say like, this person has been a GDMC participant and now, works at this game company and builds these like city modelers now.
I actually have a question.
Please.
So I'll project that you're sitting here, you can hear us. Have you heard of the black hole of AI? Have I told you about that?
No.
All right, so the black hole of AI is a term known in industry where you can basically chuck AI tech at a problem, but you only get tiny little incremental improvements for a lot of work. you were talking, before you started talking about GAMs and stuff, I started realizing that you're kind of hitting that point with this competition, right? Because even the winning contributions aren't necessarily using super advanced PCG tech, but they're achieving a whole lot with the little that they have, which is an interesting finding to have laying around there, right?
Yes, I mean, I think absolutely. So I think there is a lot to say about how some of the old techniques score up really, really well. I have to say, I feel it's a bit of grain of salt because some of these, because what you say is like this little work, right? And I do sometimes get this feeling that, I mean, I'm not going to call academics lazy, but there is this idea that we have this like, project cycle of you have this algorithm, you want to adapt it, put it in there, run it, and we're not saying like, oh, now this algorithm does some cool work, and I'm spending like 3 times that amount to put some bells on it and some googly eyes, and make all of this pretty and nice and stuff, right? I mean, there's some improvement, but a lot of the, let's say, younger participants, they are willing to, go down this dirty road of just, adding some cool stuff that makes it nice, like, I don't know, extra E's, a few signs, a bit more like prettying it up. Well, like with the academics, you always feel like you want to push these new approaches, right? There's a feeling of dirtying themselves by saying, oh, I have this GA, and they could, of course, go back and add a lot of stuff to it, but then it wouldn't really be a pure GA solution, right? I mean, it's like somebody said, like, oh, look at my stable diffusion network, it works, you just run it, then you get an artist to draw over it really nicely, and then it's super impressive, right? So that's the tricky thing, right, on how to compare. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, I definitely think there's some cool stuff to be learned from this kind of humanities-ish aspect about how AI kind of approaches a problem like that.
Yes, we don't have any questions on Zoom, right?
Let me check. Sorry, it's a bit tricky here. I don't think so. Oops. Actually, the mouse isn't working. Oh. Oh.
There we go.
Chat. No chat questions. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, our next presentation is by Henrik Workveld.
Both of them.
Yeah, in games research, you're collecting on accounts and breeds.
Yes. Let me just get stuff set up.
You will need to reshare the screen.
I need to reshare the screen.
Sorry about that. The mouse actually works.
Oh, the mouse actually works.
And also,
But the trackpad doesn't. I guess we have, and then we share the screen. I want to share screen too.
exactly.
Here we go. All right, so are we ready?
Ready.
All right, so hello, my name is Henrik. You may have heard me before. FDG Community Conference. This is the official last talk of the conference. I'll be talking about a gap in games research, where I basically reflect on 2 camps and what could be a bridge. Where I'm essentially getting out, let's see how this works. Come on, there we go. My little staff is stir the pot a little bit. So the idea here is essentially to shake things up. So I think we have kind of stagnated in how we think about how we do games research, and this is kind of a call to do more games, do more of what we're doing. As you may be aware, it's current year. We produce a lot of stuff, right? We produce a lot of theories, prototypes, algorithms, heuristics, typology models, games, what have you, right? So as a field, both here at FDG, but also at other conferences, we output a lot of things, right? We put them into the world. But let's see if this will advance. Most of this is largely intangible, right? It doesn't really go anywhere. This is kind of the curse of most academic output. We produce a lot of stuff, and nobody really does anything. Like we produce yet another model, yet another definition of immersion, yet another algorithm that does some kind of thing slightly better. It's 2% faster, and everyone's really happy about that. But none of this kind of gets built on or verified or even used in some way, right? And as a field, we have, for example, a bunch of theories that we put out that we really haven't tested. Can anyone here tell me how to measure immersion? Right, we have no idea. We don't even know how this concept works, and yet it's one of the core fundamental theories of our field, right? We also have a bunch of stuff. So a bunch of algorithms that we produce that then get put on the trash heap and nobody ever talks about it again. So why do we make all this single-use stuff? Beyond the like publish or perish realities of being an academic, right? But why do we produce stuff that's specifically single-use, that we know this probably isn't gonna go anywhere, and yet we put that paper out? We make sure to do it. I understand that like realities, because I'm in the situation myself, but I'm asking myself, are we just kind of making the academic version of plastic cup right here? Right? The stuff that people use once, read one paper and go, okay, well, that was fun, and then move on with their life, right? I don't think that's productive in the long run. And I think we're actually kind of cluttering up our own space with trying to figure stuff out. So I'm going to propose the false dichotomy. I'm going to talk about something called the what camp, and something called the who camp. And the what camp is mostly concerned with technology and the sort of the game as an artifact, and the who camp is concerned with people and the game as an activity, right? But between these two, especially more so in the last few years, we've seen sort of a little fence arise between these two communities, and they're not really collaborating and meeting each other as much as they could. Right? So let me describe these more in detail if somebody want to talk. Sorry about that, what I'm talking about, and then we will discuss what this bridge and this gap actually is. So the what camp, essentially the game as an artifact, right? We're concerned with, I come from this part of the field. We're concerned with stuff like artificial intelligence. We're in computer constant generation, a lot of technical subjects, right? Also human-computer interaction, and this may seem like a weird one to put with AI, but if you think about what the materiality of human-computer interactions, they're still trying to fix this one artifact, right? They're taking people's opinions and they're putting it into the artifact, but they're still trying to fix an artifact. So they're working with this artifact. It is more the gateway towards this other camp, but it sort of ends up being very much part of this what camp. You'll find this research at state conferences like this one, like FDG. But also at A, we'll see called COG or TOG, or at ChiPlay, where you can find a lot of ACI research. As a counterpoint to this, I'm proposing the who camp, which is the game as an activity, right? We're focusing on the sort of social, historical, the cultural, people stuff, analysis of games, right? We're talking about the nature of being here. So another definition of immersion would come out of here. We're trying to figure out what it means to be a game. But also games as media, where we kind of start moving a little bit towards the more technical parts of this, right? We start looking more at the artifact, but also more of the impact of the artifact on people, right? Conferences for this would be surprisingly bigger. It would be something like the European Conference on Communications or CREA, journals like Games and Culture or Game Studies. These are the more humanities-focused or social science-focused parts of our field. But we still have a situation where these two kind of don't meet a whole lot. We're doing some kind of bridging activity, but not a whole lot of it, and that's a problem. So I suggest that we replace this fence here with something I'm going to call the bridge of hat, because everything needs a pompous name. So essentially, this is a call for action for some kind of bridge building. I think that we need to do research on how we can apply our research and findings. Right? So instead of just doing our little internal thing, we need to actually try to find collaborations outside of what we're doing. The point is understanding why we're making this in the first place. Like, why are we making all these things and putting them into the world, and then kind of leaving them there, being meaningless plastic cutlery once again, right? And the point of the bridge of house is it takes the sort of technology from the what space and marries it to the theories of the who space. Both of these are solid contributions, right? But if you were to combine them, you can make it even further. understand even more of what this thing actually is, right? What this weird game thing is. But currently, at least, there exists research in this space, right? The Minecraft competition is a great example of it. We've also seen stuff that come out of UCSC with Facade and stuff like that, where they try to bridge these two things, put some solid theoretical grounding and some solid technical grounding, and try to understand how these things fit together, right? Produce some kind of research that's usable. But to some extent, it seems like we're treating it like a special interest. Like it's not something that we do as a field as a whole. It's something some people do within this field. And I think that's problematic. But of course, if I'm to convince people, I should probably talk about why we should do this, how it, right? Essentially, if we start combining these theories, we'll probably be able to have some insights into how these defined artifacts that are games help provide activities for these experiences. If we look at how game designers usually talk about games in the industrial world, we have Shell, who essentially views game design as being more experience design that happens to be grounded in an artifact that's a game. Right? And we're kind of not doing that. We're kind of missing the forest for all the trees. So if we do this how thing, we'll be able to take all these theories we produced and all of these technologies that we produced, and actually find verification for these theories and say, like, okay, these work, right? To avoid ending up in maybe the same situation where psychology is in, where they have verification tests, right? Or we can have all these technologies that are kind of solutions looking for a problem to solve. I would argue, maybe controversial, that VR is currently the technology looking for a problem to solve, right? So we currently don't have, we have a lot of stuff that just isn't completed and isn't connected to anything that will make it super meaningful. And that would, by extension, increase the quality of research, because we now know what we're doing. Right? We know why we were building this technology. We know where we're building it. And that would, by extension, actually increase the impact of our field, not only within our little field here, but also externally to the industry. Because if we start doing these things, it does open up the whole plethora of inter- and transdisciplinary research. And as people who apply for grants know, they like that. Like, people who fund our research like that, right? So if we're able to cut out across departments and across disciplines, we may make our research more fundable, because there's certain stigma to doing games research, right? It's always doing some other research with games that we get funded. And yet we're researching a phenomenon that is an industry bigger than Hollywood and the American music industry together, right? So it's this massive cultural phenomenon that we still don't really get respect for as a research community, the same way that you would for film studies, for example. But by extension, the problem that we as a community have is that the games industry just doesn't care, right? When you speak to game developers, usually they don't have a super high opinion of games research. They mostly see us as creating meaningless theories or weird artifacts that they don't really know what to do with. So by combining these two, we can maybe find use cases where it's like, hey, if you take this thing and do this, maybe you can do something with that. And then we can channel this creativity that exists in the games industry, where they can build stuff with our findings, if we just give them some scaffolding for that. Thereby reaching outside the ivory tower, which is again one of those things that is a fundable thing that people want us to do, right? Governments that fund our research want to have social utility from the research we do. But on a selfish level, we would also increase our access to industry resources, right? Because the industry has tons of data that we would really like to get our grubby little mitts on, right? They have tons of data design resources that if we work with them, we could use that, we could actually make even bigger and better things. So just by maybe moving a little bit closer to what the needs of the industry, we can maybe build a system where we get some kickback from them too, in the form of funding or in the form of access to data or in the form of access to design knowledge. Right? This is probably a big ask in the current climate, because the games industry is very secretive inherently of how they do things. but it could maybe happen in the future if we start building from our side, right? And essentially, what I'm calling for here, if I'm allowed to be bombastic, just like I haven't been for the past few minutes, is that we take our place and realize the full potential of games. We're currently off to the side doing our own little thing, and the medium we're studying is developing without us. So if we are able to approach this in a way that's useful for the industry too, we may be able to actually participate in this development and this transformation into the metaverse, for example. Instead of it being some kind of weird game made by Facebook that kind of looks terrible, we can turn it into something that is actually useful for humanity instead of just a commercial application. And that was it. Thank you. All right, any questions? Yeah.
Well, I'll just start with saying your comments about funding, I think are very, to some extent, US-centric.
Yeah, I think so.
In that, I think in the European context, at least, the idea of developing cultural industries and using the games program and game research as a way to develop national cultural industries is sort of in and of itself a sufficient broader relevance. And I think that's something why there's been a greater focus on funding game research in Europe than that in the US. But as a fellow American, I'm in that American funding market, and I wholeheartedly agree that games research does really suffer from a broader relevance problem. Recently had the opportunity to attend the Computing Research Association's livelihood conference. And one of the things I realized is that there's kind of a synergistic relationship between CRA activities that they make and the National Science Foundation and how it sets funding priorities. And so, the NSF likes to think that they are responding to the community. So when the community bubbles up and says, we'd like to see emphasis of funding in a particular area, they typically tend to respond with a permanent focus there. One thing I realized from this area conference is that nothing related to games or digital media in any way, shape, or form was anywhere even close to becoming a workshop or becoming something that might be hard to report with all love and all set So I guess one observation is that if we do wish to move the needle on funding climate in the US, there's sort of a social infrastructure that we need to start engaging to help do that. So anyway, again, I guess in terms of a question, you're kind of framing sort of the relevance of the work in terms of impacting the games industry. I guess my question to you would be, should that be our only targets? Are there other kind of targets for games research beyond this games industry?
So I'll start with the funding thing, right? So the European landscape is changing. I mean, I started in Europe, right? So I remember this not being a thing in Europe either. And then Espinosa got a big grant for pure game stuff not too long ago. So it's a very recent change in Europe too. And there's still some, people who are still active in Europe can probably correct me on this, but there's still some inertia in that games aren't seen as a real subject to some extent here either, even though it is changing faster than the US. Could you repeat the second part of the question? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, there's sort of maybe another way of phrasing it. In your presentation, there's an implied question of relevance for whom, or who is going to be taking up all this research that we're creating. So who is the audience for our work?
Yeah.
So one framing that you gave was for the games industry. Are there other potential audiences?
I'm sure there are other potential audiences than the games industry. I'm concerned with the games industry. That's where I care, right? Because the reason I say that I primarily care about that is that we do build the games industry, right? We produce students who come and go into the industry, and partially, when we think about games industry, we think about big corporations like EA, for example, right? But it's also a whole slew of little indie studios. And I don't think we're going to affect much change with these giants like Microsoft and EA and stuff in the short term. But I think in the short to medium term, we can affect a lot of change with the indie studios, where I would argue that the greater innovation in games is happening right now. And to some extent, we are producing a ton of students that go out into this industry and then don't look back to us for understanding. Right? Whereas if you talk about that for civil engineering, that would be completely unthinkable, right? And yet we have this massive cultural phenomenon that is affecting the fabric of our society in some way that just doesn't come back to their roots in some way.
No worries. So I think I have both a comment and a question related to this. So one of the things I also wonder about is what's actually our impact on the rest of academia? Because particularly when I was still in New York, we had many people come into our lab who were always like saying, "Oh, maybe we want to collaborate with you because we heard like, games are cool and people like playing them, and I'm running the study and I want people to like the study. So we designed this game and we did this, and nobody likes it for some reason. Why, right?" And for all these people who were coming, there was probably 10 as many people who didn't come and design a game. And whenever you look at what most of the work in that sphere seems to be incredibly naive on the game design, on the technology, and it feels like, like there's no research out there on how this works whatsoever, or a perception that they just say like, well, it's just a game, right? I mean, I can just like, these master students can knock that part of the study together and it's no biggie, right? Because there's no real skill there or insight that anybody has, so we'll just make it up. So would your analysis could this also be applied in relation to how we relate to the rest of the academic fields, which is always a concern because I think it also is intrinsic to this definition of a vibrant academic field, like its relationship to other fields and its outflow of information, right? Rather than being a stagnant field where we're just stewing in our own sauce.
Yes, a problem I've encountered when collaborating with other games is they come like, "Hey, we want you to make us a game."
Okay.
And they assume that that's our entire shit, basically. Like, we make a game. There's no real thought that what is the purpose of producing this game? Right? We don't sit here, well, we do kind of sit in a pile of technologies looking for problems to solve, but those don't make a game unless you put them together in the right order. And I think in the same vein that we would maybe increase our fundability by doing this, we could also increase our collaborability, however we invent that word, right? Our ability to do collaborations, because if we raise our standards of research to the level where we actually integrate our theory and our practice more closely, we will maybe be seen over time as a more of an engineering-wide field with strong humanities influences than it would be seen as just the guys who kind of make games.
I see.
Phil,
just to touch on it, you guys hear me?
if you could speak up a little bit.
Or you can get a microphone, we do have one. Don't worry.
Here too.
Sorry, just to touch upon what Christoph was saying, because I have a lot of experience working with psychologists and neuroscientists, and I feel like a lot of the problems is also in terms of the language, and also literacy in game design, and even computer interaction systems. Because I can't count the amount of times that I had a psychologist come to me and say, "Oh, I really want to do a game that explores this or that aspect of emotion or anxiety or whatever." And they come up with all these grand ideas, but don't really fully understand that the game has tons of limitations, especially now with VR, which is virtual reality is considered this very sexy, you're completely immersed in it. But they feel like that it's this one-to-one translation. oh yeah, VR is like reality, but virtual. But no, there's like tons of limitations in terms of the way that you interact with the virtual world. And sometimes it's hard to break this perception. And what I often find from the other side is that they consider this, you're just being lazy because you don't really do what I want you to do. So it's very frustrating sometimes. And I feel like there has to also be some degree of openness from the other side, which I don't often see that, and that's kind of been my experience at least. So, it's just a comment.
I think that's a really interesting comment though, because it does echo what I've experienced too, but I think that's part of it. C is a bunch of guys who make games, right? I think, again, by raising our profile as an academic discipline, we can maybe circumvent some of these issues. And then with any inter or transdisciplinary collaboration, you're going to have some of these problems, right? They're kind of unavoidable. All games happen to be, unfortunately, a very pop cultural thing, so everyone understands games. But I think psychologists suffer from the same problem where people think they understand psychology and everyone has a psyche, right? Everyone has a mind. And then it turns out, no, they don't. I think we have a hand up.
The psychologist emerges. Well, there's not like the psychologist, but I have a parallel in economics. I will agree with you that I'm going to add something else that I see different. So I like to think that my field is the how. I'm an engineering psychologist, a human factor psychologist, an applied cognitive psychologist. This is taking the what to the who. But what I've noticed as I'm working more with more applied scientists and more applied contexts, fewer people are now considering themselves, oh, I'm a game developer, or I'm a games researcher. My challenge is I think these terms are actually not helping us anymore as the field progresses. This technology field works so fast, these edges are so blurry. I do a lot of mixed reality. Sometimes halfway through the project, suddenly it's a game, but we never went into that on purpose. The game is like a tool at some point for an environment and others. Calling yourself a games researcher, I think, situates people and locks people in to not be able to do the bridge building. Maybe we should be considering ourselves as global health researchers, or I don't know. I don't know what these terms are because we don't have them. So my question to you is, how do we better, I have it in my head. Do you think the language of situating ourselves in a domain and labeling ourselves is really the problem? We should be these flexible tool carriers to say, I can do a lot of different things, and it might be a game or it might look like a game. Maybe these labels are actually what are hurting us. Do you think we need to shed those?
Oh, all right. I don't think that.
I'm a designer and I'm a psychologist.
Oh, so specifically to games or in general?
In general, because I think games creep into all aspects of our lives, and when you're talking about that bridge.
I think there's a duality here, right? I would be a huge hypocrite if I did this talk and then said also we should all stay in our little discipline, right? So I think we should be more open-minded to working with other disciplines and taking in other perspectives, because that will make our research better. I do think, however, that it's important to some level carry a label with I am a games researcher. I care about games, right? I want to make games better. I want to design games. So my focus of interest is games and the nature of the game and how we make them. I'm not really a health game researcher. It's not the game.
Games researcher. You're a computer scientist, so you have AI expertise, and maybe that enters into a game, and maybe it doesn't.
See, but for me, yes, I do AI and I do computer science, but all of this is in service to games.
Oh, okay, so you're in service to games, whereas I feel I'm in service to applications.
Maybe, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Are these different camps?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That's a good question, though.
And maybe that's from, we can continue this afterwards.
Yeah,
Maybe that's from our foundations, because I come from an applied field, so maybe that's all I care about, but you care more about the thing that you're making.
Yeah.
Or the, I don't know.
I mean, again, I come from the one field, right, where we like the artifact.
Yeah, okay.
We have a couple of hands. I'll let the moderator here take care of it. Yeah, Pepper.
Hi. So apologies if this question is putting you on the spot a little too much, but do you have examples of projects that you feel fit well into the how rigs or maybe hypothetical projects? Okay. Well, easy answer then.
There's a bunch of different ones. The Minecraft competition is a great example of like combining these. If I were to level critique, I would say that stronger theoretical foundation is that kind of thing, like more with game theory would benefit, but instantly you and I are working on that, so I mean, there's that. On the more theoretical side, Kate Conklin's work, which he wrote this 10,000 Goals of Oatmeal article a couple of years back, which really takes a core, describes a core problem that we have with this technology that we're creating, right? This, how PCB is problematic inherently. That would fall into this house. We're trying to understand some kind of sign knowledge related to how we implement these algorithms. Like these algorithms are a problem, or like a solution looking for a problem. Here's a problem with them, and how we can solve those problems. Those are some concrete examples. I think we have a question up here.
Kind of, I just wanted to add on to the idea of games researcher as sort of a label that boxes us in a bit, which I can mention is I come from an artistic background as a musician, and there have been projects where I've been brought on to compose a score where I have not written a single note. I have not, like, no instruments have been played. Maybe it's hitting non-pitched instruments, maybe it's manipulating other audio things. And we can see that under the giant umbrella term of music as, like, however you say what is a game, what is music. As long as you're organizing the sound in the space, you're still within that field, and so that label can be really far-reaching. And I'm wondering, I like to see games more in the, as much as I want to build a bridge, I tend to think of them in that shell method. They are, yes, an artifact that becomes an experience. And I wonder if then games researcher then is a similarly looming thing where games research doesn't mean you're making a video game. It just means that you're using the game form. You're using that, some form of interaction with rule, whatever definition you use.
I would offer a counter, I think.
Sure.
If someone says they're a sheep researcher, we assume they work with sheep, right? If we say we're a games researcher, we work with games. And I think that kind of would be a functional, if naive, definition.
Yeah, I guess that works. And again, we're just in that, the eternal question we never really, we're all done with asking when we're okay.
I mean, incidentally,
That title
Is
is.
the game a thing, or is it elements that can feel and look like a game, but not be a game?
that's a good question.
Which I think is kind of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Aspects of the musical score that you're feeling, but you're not writing music.
Yeah, 433 is a piece of music, despite the
Right.
fact that it has no quality of music.
And World of Warcraft has a ton of qualities of games, but is it actually a game? Kind of you guys, right? So I think we're out of time, are we? All right. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate the feedback.
Do you want a picture in front of your title sign? Okay. You can prove to your department? Okay. Your website? Okay.
You used to have a good